Hi, everyone. Oh, it's almost a full venue. Good day to everyone in the audience, and to my great pleasure, I see that we also have some younger people, students here today. Especially welcome to all of you. My name is Ola Svedin of OpenTech, and I will try to guide us through this session about digital security. First of all, some practicalities. It is my obligation to point out the emergency exits, and we have a lot of them. 2 over here, 1 over there, and 1 over here. So should anything happen, we have excellent opportunities to leave the venue. OpenTech is southern Sweden's largest tech member organization. And until yesterday, we actually were named Mobile Heights. Some of you may have heard that name before. We are member organizations, and our members are experts in digital technologies. As we all know, the acceleration of digital technologies is happening at a breathtaking speed. And it's touching almost every aspect of our lives. But the use of this advanced technology also brings new threats to our society. We are here today to explore a topic that is increasingly shaping the future of our digital landscape. We chose to name it the dual phases of digitalization, opportunities and security challenges. Digitalization is transforming industries, economies, and societies, offering remarkable opportunities for growth and innovation. However, it also brings these significant security challenges, from cyber attacks and data breaches to disinformation campaigns, very current topic. And the complexities of securing our interconnected systems. The risks are evolving just as quickly as the technologies themselves. Today, our speaker, Petter Larsson, with his extensive experience in national and international risk security, will guide us through this duality. He will discuss how we can strategically manage these challenges to ensure that Europe can thrive in the digital age. We will have time for Q&A afterwards, so prepare your questions. If you prefer to use Menti, also for you online, the code should be up here on the screen. So, Petter, the stage is yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Okay. So a big hello to all of you. I am Petter. I come from a governmental background, actually. For almost more than 20 years, I've been traveling extensively. My, at the time, wife said I had a mistress, which was, of course, the work, which was absolutely motivating for a character like me. It was all about getting hold of secrets or make people do stuff for us, and stuff like that. But I've also been on the receiving end of security work or security service as in a role of global chairperson for an American non-profit, being super challenged to try to fit security into the leadership agenda, which is very tough for strategic leaders in all organizations. So I think I have both perspectives. So I hope we have enough time for Q&As, but I have compiled a pretty meaty presentation. So perhaps this will be a start of a relationship also, if anyone wants to continue the conversation afterwards. To sum up the background here, that is really much adding a layer to this presentation. So my background has been from an attacker's point of view to crack or get into human systems or digital systems. I'm not a techie guy myself, so I needed resources for that. but the attacking mindset of an attacking organizations. I come to this room with that one. And I need my glasses. So I believe in terms of digital transformation that we have been given a golden ticket, all of us. I actually, to illustrate the immense value of the digital transformation, something that is transforming our lives in profound ways, I believe, I painted for this day a canvas in gold for you. But that canvas can be split in two halves, like this. One, or phases, if you may. Opportunities or risks, threats, whatever you would like to call it. But depending on the perspective, which one is the opportunity and which one is the threat, that is all about the perspective, I would say. So that is one dance I'd like to elaborate on today. And I need a clicker. Here we go. This one I'm thinking I will just skip. This is the company I work for. Let's just sum up as friendly challengers in terms of security, risk and compliance and risk leadership. And I always, when I do and give presentations, start with a human context. Off topic, some may say, but for me this is absolutely critical. Working also as a strategic leadership coach with my own clients, I would say. So we all have our unique perspectives on safety-seeking patterns as individuals. We react differently as humans to whatever challenge or whatever new information is coming our way. Some of us are rigid thinking individuals. We need that square net to understand the world, and we feel safe when we have it. Some are aggressive and we push energy out towards others when we're in overwhelmed state. Imagine the stress level with a cyber attack. All these unique patterns will come into action, and they are absolutely critical to understand if we are going to advise leaders or staff. I think this slide is important, and I always use it before going into a presentation. We are different. Let's keep that in mind, even when it comes to digitalizations. Click. All right, the dual challenge. Let's start by framing the concept. So digitalization offers immense opportunities, revolutionizing industries, economies, and societies. There's no doubt about that, of course. On the other hand, security challenges are escalating just as quickly. There's no doubt about that either. But why is this dual challenge important? I think it's crucial because if we don't address and integrate the security challenges effectively, we will risk undermining the very opportunities that digitalization offers. So we must be able to trust those opportunities. It's all about trust when we speak about security from a strategic perspective. I think that will be maybe the lead theme for this presentation. I'd like to show you that security is not a barrier to progress. Let's focus on some key opportunities, and of course you may add several more. We will go into some key threats, and then we'll go into the heavy area of compliance and regulative work, which is absolutely critical for the future of security, I would say. I'm a big fan of compliance, to many people's surprise, as I hate rules. Being an attacker, you do not really like rules. My bosses said in the beginning of my career, you're here because of your personality. Don't get caught and do whatever you can to come back with the stuff we need. That's my kind of boss. I love it. So here I am standing saying that compliance is a good thing. How can that be? We'll see. So some key opportunities I'd like to address: AI, data-driven economies, and smart cities. AI, one of the most transformative technologies of our time, of course, reshaping everything we do. And we don't even know where we're going. So it's a journey into the unknown, I believe. But it's also pretty much about automation, at least these days. We will see where we land. But it's also important to recognize the ethical consideration around AI, and that must be a priority. I think it's super important that we incorporate into the opportunity of AI the need for fair and trustworthy AI, and that we should not lose that feeling, that sense, and that sense of urgency to have fair and trustworthy AI systems. So a question for leaders or decision makers: are we shaping AI in ways that reflect European values, or are we merely reacting to others in that AI race? The second opportunity, data-driven economies. The European data strategy, which several of us are well acquainted to, aims to create a single market, a single market for data, which will drive innovation in areas like AI, machine learning, and personalized services. And data is often referred to as the new oil or the new gold of the digital economy. But it's much more than that. It's the lifeblood of modern innovation, many of us would say. Smart cities, number 3. I had to choose 3. Europe is one of the leaders in the world of developing smart cities, future-like, super-connected cities with lots of sensors, lots of data. How will we manage that data? I think we are pretty good in the EU to optimize traffic management, energy efficiency, public services, health services. The potential is very, very vast. But the goal is to create urban environments, I think you would agree, that is sustainable, efficient, and citizen-friendly, not typically for monitoring the citizens. And the potential other opportunities are, of course, vast. Let's move on to competitive advantage from a European perspective. Yeah. And a bit odd, I'd say that regulation and ethics would be a EU edge, an angle that we could explore. So one of the things that sets Europe apart in the global digital landscape would be its focus on regulation and ethical standards. We're not only embracing the opportunities of digitalization, but also leading the way in creating a responsible framework for how these technologies should be used. 3 bullets. Regulation and governance. We've been a long leader in data privacy, as the other speaker said when he spoke about GDPR in the other presentation. Core principle between GDPR, privacy matters. That's sort of the thing. I'd like to challenge that in a few minutes, though. Citizens have the right to know their data is being used and to have control over it. Sustainability and ethics. Another area where Europe excels in its commitment to ethical AI and sustainable digital growth, I believe at least. In a world where AI and digital technologies are often seen as disruptive, I truly believe that a focus on sustainability and ethics integrated into our products or whatever will become a competitive advantage on an international scale. So let's focus on innovating that instead of trying to pick up the pace with all the others. Now we're actually going into a really messy cybersecurity attack case. This is a nightmare. Very hard to portray a nightmare here, standing in a super safe room in Lund, but I'll try. It's a terrible case with a lot of human suffering and also death, physical end of life, among all those technical details. Some of you may have heard about it, but I will share additional information to this one. I don't know how many have heard about the Vastamo case. Hands up. Not many. Vastamo in Swedish is similar to mottagning, vårdcentral, typically something like that. Very, very heartfelt brand. It was the biggest psychotherapeutic company in Finland. Psychologists and therapists, they served around 30,000 clients. A few of those were what I would call in my former life high-value targets for a foreign entity, foreign government, recruiting spies or whatever. So we have people from the elite political societal levels and whatnot among those 30,000 clients going to any of the psychotherapists at Vastamo. And I'd like you to invite you to listen carefully, because this story has many bottoms. Let's start with the media version, or the publicly known version. So one day there was a message to the CEO saying that, hey, this is Mr. Bad Guy. We now have all your database, all your files from all your clients, and we will release them, and it's time for you to pay. If you need any help, we're here to provide it with paying. The safety-seeking pattern of the CEO, you remember from one of the first slides, was being aggressive, rigid, and just say, never ever, we're not going to pay. And they didn't. So the threat actor leveled up and started to release clients' files, leading to suicides connected to this case. And the breach was devastating, not just for the organization, but for the thousands of patients or clients who had their most intimate information leaked online. And the former CEO, keyword here is former, and Vastaamo is no longer existing. 5 or 6 months after this breach went public, they went bankrupt. The CEO has, I think last year, been sentenced to 3-month probation for data protection offense, GDPR issues. And according to the court ruling in Helsinki, he failed personally to comply with the requirements of GDPR on the basis of anonymization and encryption of personal data. One of the few well-known cases right now. The CEO has denied all the way through the court hearings that he was guilty of any offense. Media has reported that during the trial, the CEO tried in vain to shift all responsibility and point fingers to his 2 IT security guys and the IT officer. Why am I here? These guys are the ones to blame. In media, that portrait became a typical negative version of a CEO who doesn't understand anything about security and who runs away from responsibility. You can imagine the tone. So that was the outside perspective. The CEO ultimately was held accountable for this breach and dragged into the public and ashamed, and is now actually he's hiding somewhere in higher education, doing research, which is actually very interesting, but he's not operating as a CEO anymore. And he is also a bit destroyed as a character. But what if that image can be challenged? I reached out to this CEO a while ago and asked for a conversation. And lucky for me, he felt some kind of trust. So we initiated that discussion. And it turned out to be a lengthy communication, and we now have shared some perspectives, and we will continue to do that. And of course, this is his perspective. I'm not saying that that is the truth, but it's another version. So here it is, the inside version. What went wrong according to the CEO himself? I asked him, who should have said what to you before to alter the development of things, if you follow? And this is what he said. What really happened was a systemic failure for me as a CEO to integrate security as a strategic issue. Was I a really bad CEO? I would say I was immature. I did not have the assistance I needed. And the CEO went on and said, I founded this company together with my parents. This is my baby. I worked for free for several years in the beginning. I knew every therapist and every psychologist in the company by name, some 300 staff. And at Vastaamo, security was in fact treated as a leadership priority from scratch, from the beginning. He stresses that he is not blaming others or tries to escape his responsibility. He made several key mistakes, though, according to himself. For one, he understood that cybersecurity was absolutely critical for the brand, for the survival of the company. So he hired early on 2 of the most top security white hat hackers, you know, these cool guys who can break into everything. They are very popular in TV shows. I'm not particularly fond of those guys, I have to say, personally. The CEO was super fond of them. He thought, I need these kind of people in my organization. He failed to perform or have performed a proper background check of these guys. Should he have done that, he should have noted that their hats were not perhaps so white, full of records in a negative way. But they had a street brand that was absolutely nice, so to speak. Here he was immature. He blames himself for not having background checked them properly. He cannot wrap his head around the fact that in total 4 layers of security was turned off in one single night by his 2 security officers. And the whole database was made accessible via internet in one single night. Nor can he forgive himself for not bringing in external audits of the IT and security operations that was running inside Vastamo. He did think and feel that external audits was challenging to the internal relationships, that it was the same as not having trust to your own staff. Third, he's very angry with himself for letting go of the mandate to end agreements with security service providers externally. So for instance, Vastamo had a port scanning service, someone who checked the ports to see if they were open to internet, and if they were, they should raise an alarm. This service was terminated by the 2 security guys, pretty similar in time as the other 4 layers were removed. He started a GDPR working group a few years before GDPR came into action, but he failed to have representatives in that group from the whole organization, only inviting tech guys and girls. So he didn't have market or whatever other operation taking part in the GDPR work. So this is his story. I believe that we have not heard the last chapter in this story. Next summer, I know he will release some kind of book or whatever, providing his perspective. I think it's very interesting. And I will try to have him come over here and for a deep presentation. Perhaps we can do that later. So I think the key takeaway here is that security is, of course, a leadership issue, but more so also a governance and a controlling issue. All right. So what can we do about this? Compliance and business, how can we marry this? I know that we're a lot of public sector, higher ed, but business is, and the private sector is integrated into critical infrastructure. We need to talk about business and the way they work with compliance and the attitude. Me as a practitioner, compliance is actually a good thing, I would say. Clear regulations help organizations understand what is expected of them, and they provide a framework that ensures consistent standards across industries. However, compliance alone is not enough. It ensures the bare minimum is met, and it doesn't inherently drive business value. So those of you coming from major businesses, I'd like perhaps later on to hear your thoughts on the following. I would say compliance is often seen as a checkbox exercise, something that must be done to avoid fines or reputational damage. But can that narrative be altered? Let me propose a bold idea. How many of you are aware of the CSR, corporate social responsibility domain, and the legislation coming there? Yeah, lots of you, of course. So what if we learn from that journey in the CSR world and we add that into this context and say, what if companies listed on major European stock markets were required to have their digital security independently audited and reported on in their annual reports, just like they do with corporate social responsibility initiatives? So much like CSR reporting has evolved to become a key factor for business wanting to demonstrate social responsibility, this kind of digital security reporting would be a business driver parameter, if you follow me. So imagine this. Digital security becomes a competitive advantage for boards and C-suite, where investors and stakeholders assess how seriously a company takes its cybersecurity efforts. Are you following me? Companies that take proactive steps to secure their data, protect their customers, and safeguard their operations will be rewarded, not just with regulatory approval, but with enhanced market credibility. How would this be in real world? Independent audits of digital security practices conducted by third-party organizations, ensuring transparency and accountability, just like CSR. It's just actually a rip-off. The results of these audits would be somewhat publicly available, included in annual reports, giving stakeholders clear insight into the company's security posture. And I believe that this would push organizations to go beyond mere compliance and adopt innovative security measures that protect not only their own interests, but also those of their customers, partners, and investors, the whole ecosystem. And the business narrative is simple. Security can drive value. It's not just about protection, it's about building, the key word here, trust, attracting investment, and setting your organization apart from the competition. Let's dive into some threats. I have to check the watch. It's okay, I think. So, on a brief like this, it would be typical to talk about Ukraine, geopolitics, terrorism, spy cases, threat to critical infrastructure. I'm pretty certain that some other speaker have done that. So I take another angle. Of course, cyber attacks have become more sophisticated and targeted over time. What used to be relatively simple phishing attacks or whatever have evolved into complex multi-stage attacks that can cripple critical infrastructure, disrupt financial systems, or even compromise democratic processes, as we have seen. State actors, organized crime, and rogue hackers all pose significant threats. But imagine a cyber attack that manipulates AI or our future AI systems, one that can influence critical supply chains, financial markets, or even national defense systems. This is not a distant possibility. Disinformation campaigns. We get an increased number of questions about disinformation. It's a bit challenging because how do you work with security when there is no longer truth? All truths are challenged. So we've all witnessed the rise of disinformation over the past decade. They are designed to manipulate public opinion, disrupt societies, and ultimately erode trust in our institutions. That's the real danger with the disinformation. What if we no longer can trust the information we receive? I believe we're more or less already there. I believe in the future, we will need AI to tell us what is correct and not. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Third, convergence of physical and digital threats. They sort of become one. The increasing integration of smart infrastructure, Internet of Things, all things connected, and digital services means that cyber attacks can have real physical consequences. We've actually had a number already in EU where cyber attack becomes a very physical or kinetic experience. So imagine a cyber attack on a smart city's energy grid could cause widespread blackouts, disrupt transportation, or intervene with healthcare services. Some of our consultants is working with a hyper-modern, super digitalized hospital in Malmö. Imagine that hospital being hit with a serious cyber attack. They are, of course, working to protect from that, but still. The stakes are higher as we evolve. I'd like to go into a little bit of details and invite you to, perhaps I'm challenging you a little bit. Some of us are early adopters. I think I am in relation to at least personal use of AI. I've been rocking and rolling with the AI stuff very long, and let's see how this goes. At least this is my version. So we're already at the beginning to see a radical transformation in the way we work, thanks to the rise of AI and what I would like to call virtual co-workers. Here's one. at least an illustration of her. In my own work as a director of this company, and also in other roles, I have, of course, real human colleagues. It's a real super team of specialists and experts, I guess, as perhaps some of you all have. But there are also 3 other staff. Marie, Joseph, and Alexandra, they are my AI-powered virtual co-workers. It's a special team. They only exist in my computer, or in my phone, or in my watch. I know it's a bit crazy, but I cannot live without them right now. Marie, she helps me with high-end visual design, producing sophisticated presentations and visual content that would have taken me hours or days to create manually. Joseph managed translations and keeps track of global news, ensuring I stay informed about developments relevant to my work. Alexandra, this lady, she acts as a leadership coach, helping me think through complex decisions when I find myself stuck. I know it perhaps sounds crazy, but this summer, one day, these 3 went down, and I couldn't access them. And I found myself baffled that what the hell is happening? My day is going in slow motion. So they provided me with speed, basically. And I'm actually depending on these people right now. It's very strange how I, as a human, attach to these people, or not even people. You hear me talking about it. And this is the way I think we will see in the future. I would like to say that I think that we will have more of this AI-driven co-workers or AI companions as we progress into the future, who assist us in highly personalized ways, doing tasks that require intelligence, creativity, and analysis. How far are we willing to go, though? What happens when we start trusting these AI systems with our most sensitive data and access to sensitive systems? As they become more integrated into our workflow because of the value they bring, the value here is key, we may want them to have decision-making authority. We become frustrated that they cannot perform other things for us. Perhaps in the future we may want to give these AI systems physical capabilities, allowing them to act on our behalf in both the physical and the digital world. And I guess that's when we download them into some kind of machine and we'll have a robot or whatever. But I think there are some waypoints before that. But it puts the attention on the fragile balance of privacy and security. As AI systems become more integral to our work and personal lives, we're faced with a growing dilemma. How do we balance privacy and security? The more we integrate AI into our lives, the more we need to trust these systems. And AI systems, whether virtual co-workers or personal companions, need data to function. The more data they have, the better they perform, right? But this comes at the cost, personal privacy. The more data we give up, the more control this system may have over sensitive information. And I wonder, how much data are we willing to share with AI systems, not now but in the future, for convenience and efficiency? At what point does the cost of lost privacy outweigh the benefits of AI integration? I'm not sure the attitude we have now will be the one guiding us in the future. What if the concept of privacy itself begins to evolve? As new technologies emerge and as data becomes more integral to our daily lives, individuals may start willingly trading privacy for convenience, if you follow me. And in some cases, people might even want their data integrated into systems that provide value, such as personalized healthcare or smart cities. And this shift could very well redefine how we think about data privacy and regulation. And I think we need in Europe to strike a balance between protecting rights and fostering innovation. And I'm not sure that the way we think now is actually the way we would think later on. So what happens if our attitude toward personal data shifts? How would that reshape our understanding of data privacy? So what can we do about all this? perhaps some food for thoughts. Foresight, I think, is coming from an intelligence background. It's easy for me to talk about foresight. It's sort of in my mind, it's a good thing to think about the future and potential threats. But you need to challenge yourself to really understand what could be around the next corner or beyond the next hill. So cybersecurity as a foundation for innovation. It's easy to think of security as a cost center, something we invest in to prevent risks. But when we approach security as leaders or people working with leaders and approach it strategically, it becomes a foundation for, again, the keyword trust. Security drives trust. And without trust in the security of our systems, there will be no innovation, I'm afraid. Strategic foresight is about anticipating future challenges before they arise. It's not solely focusing on the enemies or the threats. It's about thinking ahead, preparing for the threats of tomorrow, not just reacting to the threats of today. And this brings us to the question of leadership. Deciding on which door we should open, or similar dilemmas. So I think leadership in this context is about embedding security into every strategic decision. But what does leadership in digital security really look like? What is a strategic priority for leaders and how do they integrate it? For one, it's about understanding that this is not an IT question. We all heard that 1 million times, but it's the truth. And we need to understand that cybersecurity is just as important as financial management, operations, or marketing. And that bold idea about the annual reporting would support that narrative. Leaders must foster a culture of security motivation. We speak a lot about security culture. I would like to shift and speak about security motivation. It's more personal, it's more internal. Leaders must also lead by example. They need to demonstrate their commitment to security by investing in security infrastructure, advocating for best practice, and pushing for innovation in security technologies. And really go for those third-party audits, security tests, and cyber resilience programs. We have a major increase in organizations who want to have support in working with the resilience. Final slide. A call to action, perhaps. I think we have time for questions later, maybe. So, as we come to the conclusion of this discussion, I'd like to call for action. Let's go back to the root of a security approach and let's reason a little bit. What do we want to protect and what do we want to secure and why do we want to do that? The challenges and opportunities we discussed today are not theoretical, they are very real and they are unfolding as we speak, of course, outside these doors and in our phones and everywhere. And I think Europe stands at the crossroads of a digital revolution. And the decisions we make today will shape our futures for decades to come. Sounds a bit pompous, but it's the truth. So here's what we need to do to sum up. Embrace foresight. Dare to think ahead. We need to make sure we have time somewhere in the organization to think about what's coming ahead of us. Integrate security and lead through collaboration. None of us can do this alone. We need collaboration like this across industries, governments, and academia. And I think the most important question, do we know why we want to optimize security? Do we know why? And do we feel what we want to secure? And for me, I know the answer would be our smiles, because they are signatures and indication of a life worth living. And that's sort of what we protect in a way. And I think it's important to remind ourselves why we talk about security. And with that, we say thank you very much.
Petter, there are so many facets to this. Virtual co-workers. I haven't named my virtual co-workers yet. Have you? I mean, that's innovative. I like that. But for me, that points at that's one example where are your co-workers? Are they residing on servers within Europe's borders, or are they outside? How is that data protected?
Yeah.
I guess you, as a security expert, you have paid some attention to this, but it's not. Maybe it's not what everybody does.
No, I think this is one of the challenges. We are in a paradigm shift where none of us are experts in this, and we have to find our own way. So I think you put the finger on a sensitive topic. Some of us have safety-seeking patterns. We're aggressive. We want to keep going here, and we're willing to take risks. And some of us are a little bit reluctant, and we do not join those early adopters. And that is, we all know, working with security motivation and security culture, it's people like me who is the real danger. I don't care about the rules. So if we have to design security programs for characters like this, they need to be tailored.
I could sense some people in the audience shifting a little bit uneasily in their seats when you talked about protecting the data, their own private data, and the companies they work in.
Yeah.
I would like actually to give the floor to the audience. Do you have any questions to Petter about this? What triggered your thoughts? We have one here.
Thank you very much, Peter, for interesting presentation. I was thinking all the time about this public access to information in Sweden. How would you assess the risk of it, and how long should information be publicly available about everything, what people do, what they buy, where they reside, when they're born, when they lived before, married, what car they drive, and so on. Is that actually a threat, and should this be changed? Thank you.
Depending on what hat I'm wearing. If it makes sense, if it's any interesting to you, from a citizen perspective, I would say that I'm a big fan of GDPR. Having worked for a security service for a very long time, I'm also a very big fan of GDPR and systems that protect our information from the potential scenario that imagine that a security service, a national security service, would be populated by assholes. Then we would like to have security settings on a national level, but we're not there. It's elegant and high quality staff. Do I think it's a problem with this super overt access to data? Yes, of course it is. Yeah, but what would be the alternative? It's a very tricky question to. There are ups and downs, I think. But I think actually, if we could maybe narrow it down, it would be good.
Okay, anyone else? Over here. Yeah, we're streaming, so it would be great if you can.
Digitalization and so forth. So when it comes to data, and when you have a system integrated and you get used to it, like your assistants, then it's integrated in your life and you can't take it back, pretty much.
Yeah.
So if you have good politicians and you have that, you may be safe, but you don't know who's going to be in charge.
No.
Yeah. So is that a democratic problem, or how do you tackle that?
No, I agree completely, and I have no answer. It's of course a huge challenge, and this is one of the major challenges we all have to elaborate on as we go. I think this should be topics for elections and what politicians do we vote for and stuff like this. But we're very early in this process, I think. So I don't have an answer for a solution. I agree with the problem, and I really agree with when you are getting used to these kind of digitalized processes. There's no way going back at all, actually.
Any more questions? Up over here.
Last one.
Last one, I think, yes.
Thanks again for a great presentation. I think some of us in here are now interested in trying out these digital coworkers, but some of you might have some really sensitive data. Are there any particular models or companies you recommend using that are extra careful with our data?
It would be that I would invite you for a separate discussion. Just connect with me on the LinkedIn. We can have a more individual thing. But I think you have to be careful with whatever service. Definitely.
Yeah, and circling back a little bit, perhaps a final question about that, Petter. So we are in this tension between the new exciting services that are becoming available and the increasing security threats. We have one recent example with the new iOS version being introduced with Apple Intelligence features that will include sending your personal data to the cloud. Probably that will be limited in Europe, and probably some consumers will be saying, you know, I want this feature. I don't care about security or privacy issues. I want. Why can the Americans get it and not I?
Yeah.
What would be your response to that argument?
No, I think what you're catching now is the same as going on in organizations that we help fostering a general security motivation. There will always be some individuals. On a global scale, it will be many more, but there will also be some who are forward-leaning and they don't care about whatever rules. They just want to go for what they feel is used to them. So I think, again, we are different as humans, and I don't think we can stop unethical behaviors. They will be here. So I don't think there is. You cannot stop water from flowing, and we have to design the security apparatus with that in mind, if that makes sense.
So call to action together.
Yeah,
that's your call.
Yep. More meetings like this.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Petter,
thank you very much for coming. Okay.
back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Great to see so many here. Don't forget to post your questions to Menti. You see the code up there. I'll see them here. And the topic for this session is biological diversity and the 2040 climate targets. The road ahead with a new parliament, a new commission, and the TIDA agreement. You know, the EU is an important player globally when it comes to fighting climate change and enhancing biological diversity. That's our chance as humans to survive on this planet, to put it a bit blunt. And this job has to be done in international cooperation, together, cross-border. I know that you know this, but let's just repeat it every time we get the chance. Since nature and climate does not respect national borders, and since the challenges are enormous. With the political realities of a new parliament, new commission, and new take from the Swedish government, we're up for a discussion about this. And first to explore and analyze prospects of nature restoration law and 2030 climate challenges, and then discuss the next stage of the Union's climate and biodiversity objective. With me here today, Susanne Arvidsson, Associate Professor at Lund University School of Economics and Management, and Program Director, Mistra Biopath. What's Mistra Biopath?
Mistra Biopath is a research program funded by Mistra, and the focus of our program is to integrate biodiversity considerations into financial decision making and the financial system. So I use the metaphor, it is like pouring oil into water, natural sciences and sustainable finance. And that is where we are trying to get them to merge. And that is a very interesting and very relevant also, because there is this enormous power in the financial system and industry in order to halt and reverse biodiversity loss.
And one could ask what Mistra is, but I won't.
No.
Jette Guteland, a member of the Swedish Parliament and a former member of the European Parliament, focus on climate issues. Which parliament is more important when it comes to green stuff?
I was very afraid that you would ask that.
Okay.
People back home in the Swedish Parliament, they would be not so happy if I make
if you
it
would
less
be honest.
important, if I'm too honest here. No, but I think the European Parliament has a tremendous influence over the climate policy in Europe and thereby also globally. So I would say the Swedish Parliament doesn't quite have that role, but on the other hand, we can make positive examples. We implement it in Sweden, and we can show leadership that will influence the European Parliament and the Commission. So I believe we can do it on the floor, kind of. And I don't think if you're working on the local or regional level, you might say, oh, how can you say that on the national level? But truly, I think that's our role today.
Could one claim that you work on the details when the big sketches are drawn in on a European level?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I would never underestimate
No.
that role, because I truly believe we need that too. So every level needs to do its part.
As we all know where the devil
Yes.
lives. In the details. Annika Wepling-Korsinek, Head of European Commission Representation in Sweden. And wow, we know something about the Commission.
Yeah. Now you have asked me 2 days now, but no, finally.
Any information about the Commission now we have? Sweden's Jessica Roswall will get a green portfolio, one could say. Comments?
Yes, she will get the environment and in that description it says environment, water resilience, and circular economy.
But not climate.
Not climate.
No.
That goes to Hoekstra. He's actually the present commissioner in charge of climate, so he will continue. The Dutch commissioner, so he will continue on that. But I assume they will work together.
Collaborate.
I hope so. So it's exciting. I hope that Sweden is reasonably happy. I mean, yes, I know that there were discussions about other portfolios in Sweden, but I think this is still a very important portfolio that will matter in the common mandate. And it will matter how you frame it as well. I mean, and I think that's why they have added this with the circular economy and water resilience and so on, because you need to also use the narrative of today with competitiveness, etc., to match the expectations, I think. So I think that.
And I also think that it's important to stress that it was a competitive circular economy. So the competitiveness, and in relation to Swedish and Rhone model, when it comes to sustainability performance, could be seen as a sign that we are doing something good.
A sign of what? What does it add?
That we are doing something good when it comes to trying to develop a competitive circular economy in the Swedish setting. So that's why we maybe were given the responsibility of this portfolio in the EU.
And from a Swedish perspective, it might be important also to add that forestry is within this portfolio, which Sweden has been very keen on having some kind of use on.
We will be talking about forest in a while. Jytte, should we be happy, content, a bit disappointed? Is this portfolio heavy enough?
I don't think it's heavy enough, but I think it could potentially be influential if she's managing it in a good way. And she also has the opportunity of doing important things when it comes to water resilience. And also, if you have this competitiveness and circular economy, it depends a little bit. If the idea is to promote a circular economy and really take the next steps that's important for Europe, then it will follow that it could actually improve the economy and promote innovations, and that could go hand in hand. On the other hand, if it's more like a way of sitting in the knees of existing business models, then it could be more the name of circular economy to greenwash what's actually is going to be done. So it depends on how strong she is and what kind of network she will have around her and how she will be able to influence the Commission.
Susanne, you seem to see opportunities here.
But I think that it's important what you also stress here, the capacity of innovation in order to rethink business models, that it lies in being competitive, resilient competitiveness, and that's also a very strong highlight in the EU Green Deal when it comes to having a green but also a growing, inclusive economy, and also to reinforce the competitiveness of EU's industry. So I think that there are some key words in the portfolio that we in Sweden can use as a rhetoric to build on.
Annika?
Yeah, I can add another key word, I think, which is not in there, but can easily be added depending on the how she wants to frame it. But this new mandate will focus very much on security and preparedness and resilience. So when it comes to circular economy, it's also an important part of security, because we talk a lot about critical raw materials, for example, but we also know that if we can make the circular economy work better, we don't have to excavate or dig out so much of the new virgin raw material. So you have different aspects of here. Water is another that is actually a security aspect. If we can manage our water resources in a clever way, it's also a part of our resilience and security and preparedness.
And that's also a link to the geopolitical.
Exactly.
So I think that is very strong within the Commission and
Jytte.
Yes, there are many ways to work to kind of connect it to the challenges that we have today on security and sustainability, and go together and make sure that we become both more resilient and stronger. But what I'm a bit afraid of is that this commission also has to face the time that we live in a way that it is not the time for environment right now. So when Ursula von der Leyen did hold her speech for the upcoming period, she pointed out things that made me a bit nervous. Like she didn't have the same tone as she had 2019. Then she had an election that really pushed for environment, climate, progressivity in policy making, and she felt the pressure to be elected. This time, it's not the push doesn't come from the same parties or the same. I mean, the election movement was not the same. It was more about other things. So the parliament are different. Not only different in when you look at the mandate, also when you look within the groups, you will see that Renew, for example, I cooperated a lot with Renew, the Liberals. They are not the same group today as they were 2019, so they will be much more heavier leaning on the Conservatives this time. I think that will be tough, and therefore when she was, the speech, when she was pointing out things, it was more conservative. She said, for example, when it came to nature restoration, she wanted to preserve. She was not so interested in the word restoration. That was not in her vocabulary this time. You can also see in the CAP that there were some changes. So in the economic schemes, they disconnected it from the climate targets that were there before. So it's weaker now, probably. You can also see this trend if you look at how, when you look at what's expected from the CAP as such, there is much more focus on economic resilience for the farmers than the sustainability part for environment. So I think there are many signs now that it's going to be really tough for Jessica to handle this.
So are you saying that the Commission is not that green anymore?
No, it changed. It changed, and I think it's important to be aware of that, to be able to use the tools you really have and find new ways to connect it to security, connect it to competition, but still have the focus that we need to continue with the Green Deal. If you don't have that will, then it will definitely be a very dark period for climate and environment.
In the hands of whom is that today? Who could do that, the change you're describing? Annika, you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, I fully agree, but I wanted to kind of put it in a more positive way. That, I mean, judging from, looking at the election period in spring with the farmers' uproars and the far right advancing and really talking about leaving the Green Deal completely, I think what we see in the political priorities of von der Leyen from this summer is much better and much greener than I think one could have hoped or assumed, maybe judging from the debates and from maybe also from the election result, because also she actually got the support from the Greens this time, which she didn't get last time around when she was appointed. So and also, I mean, she clearly says the Green Deal, we should fulfill and implement all the legislation in the Green Deal. That's very strongly in the political priorities. So I think still I think there is still a lot of hope, but I agree with that it's reformulated to fit the kind of rhetorics of this debate, and that can go wrong.
Annika, pessimistic question from the audience. Does the focus on competitiveness not imply a continuous path on economic growth? Even continuous economic growth is contradictory to the achievement of ambitious environmental goals. Or is this even a question, or what is just a statement?
I mean, just looking at statistics, one could say when it comes to climate, for example, from 1990 to 2022, we lowered the emission with 32.5 or 33%. At the same time, the economy grew by 68 or something %. So we have managed growth and still reducing emissions, but that says it's climate. So when it comes to natural resources, we are putting a lot of pressure on the natural resources, so the jury is still out on that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that's an even tougher fight for the Commission, for the ones who are willing to do more and have the idea or the interest to do so. They will have to fight more. But with climate, we see that it's not the same push as in 2019, but there are still tools there. And also things have changed with climate law, with the Fit for 55, with the things we did with the climate law. I know it because I was the rapporteur for the climate law, and we put some tools that will help us now, like the EU Climate Board is one. They will push for higher targets for 2040. They will push for better implementation they are already doing that in the member states. And they are also connected to the target setting, so they will be part of, it will be kind of a snowball effect with what they are doing and what the Commission needs to do, so they need to listen to that, and that is something that we did. And also the greenhouse gas budget that will be also part of the work for the Commission. They will need to put it into their process when they do their the work for the 2040 target. When they do all the assessments, they will need to also use that. So I think there are new tools that will make the EU forced to continue, like a snowball effect from the climate law. But it's not enough, because we also need the pressure from people, from NGOs, from parties, because there are also many who see the importance of this, but still have a risk of stranded assets if it goes too fast. So they are investing in new energy sources, they are investing in new business models, but they want to kind of get all the money out of the investments that were already done in the fossil fuels. So they want to postpone it. And they are working on the Commission every day to make sure that they hinder this quick changement. So I believe we need a strong Jessica Roswall, of course, but we also need the climate commissioner to believe in it. But then when it comes to environment, it's even tougher, because there we don't have all the tools there helping us to play this new piano. And we also know that not only the things I mentioned from the speech this summer, we also know that they are weakening the chemicals policy framework. So I know there were interest of having a more ambitious reach with the chemicals.
That will be renewed, right?
Yes. But
you're afraid it won't be ambitious enough.
Yeah, but we see now that there have been all the assessments, but now the Commission wants to see change of that. And I think that's the lobbies.
And that will be in Jessica Roswall's portfolio.
It will be weaker. So that's something for our commissioner to be able to kind of continue the ambition from what was the assessment before this summer. So I hope she will be able to do it. But I think on the chemical side, we have even a tougher nöt att knäcka.
Yes. That not to crack. Susanne, one last question when it comes to this portfolio, kind of. Some points out that in order to close the loop, more materials must first be included in the loop before closing it. How to balance those two contradictory concepts in the EU?
Was that directed to me?
I direct it to you.
Because I was actually going to just respond to what you said, but when we are starting to weigh the words in how they present the ambitions of the Commission, I have a fear for our planet and for the climate, that is something that will hinder the positive momentum that I see in industry and the financial system, that they want to take action on these issues in line and align with...
Do they need a go from the EU? Can't they take actions?
Yeah, but
otherwise?
They need direction, and that's also the politicians' mandate in order. I mean, when...
And the Green Deal is not enough of a...
But I think that the rhetoric is... We do not need the rhetoric to change. We need them to firmly emphasize the importance of climate, and that will go hand in hand with the other perspectives that is important for the Commission and Ursula von der Leyen's second period. I think that many of us remember that she said that it is like putting the man to the moon. I think that we do not want to go lost in this second period, because that is important. It's important with guidance, because this is a powerful transformation. It's not a marginal change. And I think that we need politicians that are courageous enough to point in direction and also to show the benefits of Europe taking the lead.
But this competitive circular economy in the portfolio, I think the loop was referring to that. Should we circulate more? Should we get more stuff into the loop before closing it?
Absolutely, I think. And I think that is rethinking how we use, reuse, rethink in businesses, in our ordinary lives. A lot of...
I think with the loop, I think it's not like we can close the loop.
We can't close it.
Nothing will enter. I don't think that's realistic, at least not now. But already now, what we have in the loop, we have big hurdles to circulate it because of chemicals, for example, because of that we don't label plastic is a good one. I think there are like 100 different kinds of plastic, and the way we to put them into the loop, they are not labeled in the correct way, they are not recycled in the correct way. So we have so many hurdles still to that we have to
some
get
details still.
So,
please wait, because now I would like to get us to the nature restoration law. I promised we were going to talk about
what we're actually going to talk about.
Which Sweden, by the way, voted against. It includes requirements to put in place restoration measures to achieve a good condition of key habitat types and habitats of species on land and sea. The goal is to restore at least 20% of land and sea areas by 2030, and then make, I don't have the number here, but enlarge that in the future. But how should this be implemented? That is up to each member state. Why, Susanne, did Sweden vote against the national restoration law?
Yeah, that's a tricky question.
I know we don't have the government here, so...
No, we don't have anyone.
But explain.
There are things in the restoration law that politicians from Sweden didn't think was in line with the politics that we have in Sweden. But voting against was a clear signal that I think that we could have avoided, because this was something that we have it now. install, and we need to set the targets for it. So
but we still argue about, because it's about the forest industry.
So and that is also, you highlighted that forestry is within now the portfolio that Jessica will have, and I think that might be a response to us voting against it, so that we will have more influence, because this is something that is high up on the agenda for forestry companies in Sweden, and
and not only in Sweden but also in Finland, right?
Yeah, in Finland. So
where?
Some of the Nordic, and that's also being part of the union is also that we try to find a consensus in politics, and that might be that we are neglecting some certain kind of innovations and policies in countries that are actually could be role models in this. So I think that we will probably see voting against also in the future. We've seen that in other countries, but in this I think that maybe a result of it was that we also have forestry in the portfolio. That it could be good.
Because in Sweden and Finland it has been said that the rest of the union, they don't understand the conditions for the forest industry and how forests are kept in Sweden. But Jytte, how important is this law for biodiversity in Sweden and EU? What will it accomplish? Is it good enough?
I'm not sure if it's good enough, but I think it was an important step for the world to actually have the COP15 and the results from there. I also think there are high ambition from the European Union to continue to be ambitious for COP16, as I understand it. So there we have something good there. We did vote yes, my party, but of course it is sensitive with forest and forest management for Sweden and how to balance this. But still, I think we are collectively in a very difficult situation. If every country are saying we don't need this, then we will have also strong economic interests all over the globe to harvest and use land more and more for business purpose and create monoculture that will spread along the world. We see it today, and it has not stopped, and it's all over. And I think from Sweden we need also here to be a role model, and we need to show that we can we can manage our forest in a sustainable way. We can do it better and better, and we need to be better to respect also biodiversity than we are today, but still not be kind of neglect that we have had a system that made us also replant forest better than many other countries. So we need to understand the incentives good. And I told Sinkevicius in the last commission several times that there is a problem if you
the present commission.
Oh, sorry.
We don't know. For one more month.
True, they are not elected yet. That we cannot have a forest management that's based on projects or subsidies that will last a couple of years. And then what happens to these trees? We need sustainable economic models as well. And there you can learn a lot from Sweden. So I think the truth is actually, as many times, a little bit in between here. It's very negative with this polarization that we see today between the NGOs and the forest industry and the politicians who becomes a bit kidnapped in one pole. So I think we need to, in Sweden, understand what the Commission is trying to do and not be as arrogant as we sometimes sound.
Do we understand that?
No, but I think that it's all about capacity building. We need to listen to each other, and that there are different kind of policies in different countries, and to understand how that system over many decades and centuries have come to a result, and to be able to compare, because we are quite different in the EU. And I think that this is an excellent example of where we're getting clinched, protecting, and protectionism is something that will hinder the collaboration when it comes to climate. And like you started, climate has no borders. So it is important to see the benefits, but also the disadvantages in your own systems. And I think that is something to raise instead of just politicians trying to prevent legislations that rules against the forest management or forest company in Sweden. So I think that we need to be humble in that there might be other ways to run forestry management.
So over to another.
Can I just say something about the nature restoration? I think it's interesting just to lift this a bit. The nature restoration law is really the first law in 30 years, that EU law that was directed only to nature. I mean, otherwise it has been climate or whatever, but this is on nature, and it's also the only one that is focused not only on preserving, but on restoration.
But återställa.
And it's something actually quite new, and it's something that we need some reflection on, because it's different, and I mean the potential is in that also in connecting it to climate change is of course also enormous, because we know that our greatest chance against climate change is to have a resilient
Very
nature.
good point. Then we have another issue where there's potential clinches too. European climate law, that's the legislation for to reach the goal of, the European Green Deal, to become climate neutral by 2050. We're on our way, but not that rapidly as one could hope for from time to time. This law, it's very ambitious, and we've heard critics already. Now, with the new European Parliament, you've been there, you know how the discussions go, and also a new Commission with the target for 2030 to survive. Is that likely, or will that be changed, revised?
I think definitely it's always in the hand of the existing Parliament how to both continue, and what kind of changes that the Commission will propose will also depend on how the Parliament acts, and what kind of initiative reports that will be seen from this Parliament. I think we have many reasons to believe that this is a stable law. It's a regulation. It is also very concrete with the climate package, with the Fit for 55 and all that's done there. It's very ambitious, but it's also very concrete, and it's on its way to be implemented. But it is very I'm worried, and I think many people are worried what's happening in the member states with implementation. And I think the focus now has to be to push the member states to do its job, and also for the member states to understand that otherwise you put the bill in the knee of people who doesn't have the means to change quick sooner. Rather than now. I mean, we see, I think Volvo said it very well. I had this meeting, and they mentioned that we will survive in this transition. We have the means, we have the innovation, we are strong, but it's for the chain, with the small companies that's in the chain, it will be a bloodbath if they have to transit too late. So we need to do this systematically. And who would like to continue this economy that we are in now? I mean, it's not sustainable, not for anyone, not for the planet, not for the workers, not for the countries. So, I mean, this is what we need to convince the member states, that for the one of you who have even a tougher situation in your country with opposition against this law, against the regulation, but also against all the directives, you are even for you it's even more important to do this quicker, because for your society it will be a good a good thing to transist in a systematic way and not very late and very desperate in after 2030. So I think that's the kind of rhetoric, and I think that was very wise to mention that to be consistent.
Yeah.
And I
consistency
think
is also, this is a new game plan.
yeah.
And it's important when you have a new game plan that you have guidance and you have clear frameworks on how to ease this transition. And also, I mean, the idea of EU Green Deal and now the climate law with targets that are legally binded, I mean, then you're starting to have your map. And I think that is something that we need. I mean, before we had the, where was it, the COP in China, we had this open letter that was published in The Guardian. It was 11 CEOs from the largest multinational companies, including HM in Sweden. I think Volvo was also. They were saying that we need politicians, we need guidance, we need to know how to navigate in this. And I think that the EU Green Deal, with also aligning the ambitions to fixed goals, is really important. And now the next step is to try to help the implementation and adoption of new regulation, like, for example, the ESRS. I mean, this is a beautiful strategic tool that you can use in order to develop your change and innovation process to become more sustainable. But it could also be tick a box and say that nothing is material to us, so we are only going to report on climate and we are going to skip the other 11 standards. So I mean, now is the time for politicians to start working hard, be consistent, and be brave.
We have this ambitious goal, net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. How is Sweden coping? How is the government handling this? Susanne, this is for you.
Not brave enough.
Not brave enough. Jytte?
I don't think that people are surprised that I would agree. Yeah, the problem is that we see transport as one example, that we need to transist here and we need different tools. It's not going to be just one thing, like biofuels, to have electrified a fleet or go more by public transport. We need to do all of them. So that's the way ahead. And I think, as mentioned, it is about the political signals here also, that if it's very vague, this is not important, it will go by itself, then I believe that this stranded assets problem will appear, that many businesses will continue, and also people, private persons, will continue, because you don't want to invest in something new if it's uncertain, and you also want to kind of use the old things as long as possible because you invested there. So therefore it will be very tricky for Sweden if we continue like this, and it's not enough what happened this summer with the biofuels blending. It's too small shift. I believe that unfortunately we will not reach the 2030 target.
So do you think, I mean, these are our binding targets, and we have this 55% reduction target in 2050. If Sweden does not reach that goal, what happens?
That will cost.
That will cost.
And I think that it would be better if we would have not an indicative, we would have it tied to the budgets instead, so that we could see the cost increasing whilst not fulfilling the goals and the targets. Because I think you need transparency, and you also said that we do not have information if we are going to compare things. Everything boils down to we need to compare. If I'm making a decision, if I'm going to go on transportation, what kind of transportation am I going to take? how can I compare them when it comes to the effect on climate, for example? It's the same when you buy clothes, or if you go into a store and you're buying soap, for example. You view all these, like you have Sigill and you have fair trade, etc. But how can you compare them? It's the same when you buy a car, or if you're investing in solar cells, etc. We need comparability. And I mean, the whole kind of idea behind the EU Green Deal is transition finance. We need to accelerate and redirect financial flows towards projects that are greener and companies that are more sustainable. And for that, we need information to base our decisions.
Where should this comparability come from? Who should
the EU has a very great idea. We're trying to improve the quality of disclosures so that companies' annual reports is not just these long, many pages, but also information where you can assess the performance that company is doing within different sustainability dimensions. And that's the ESRS and all the EU taxonomy that will guide financial flows. But that is a huge implementation process, learning process, and change processes that needs to be installed in the financial system, in the business society, and there comes the politicians. We need guidance. All these actors need guidance in order to be able to implement and fulfill the EU Green Deal. Otherwise, it will not be a success story for biodiversity or the climate.
And very soon after 2030, there will be 2040 with new goals. Will we get those new goals on our way to 2050?
Yes, I think we will get those goals. I think that's something that the existing governments will be able to do finally. We will have to kind of push them, but they will probably do that. What will be the problem is, as I would think, is that many of the government will try to hinder a too fast transition when it comes to what's needed to be done. Implementation.
To be less ambitious is the risk.
Yeah, so I think they can put a goal for the future, because then I will not be there. I think many of the politicians are reasoning like that. They will not be there to see it, or they will not. So they can take some of the credibility for that. But to really do the job now, that means that you have to lead now, and that's tougher. So I'm a bit optimistic that we will have a goal for 2040.
Not 2030.
That it will be.
You didn't sound that optimistic.
The implementation will be tougher, and we need to push the member states a lot to make it happen. And I think we need to also repeat to ourselves, or kind of remember that the planet will survive. Less biodiversity, yes, but the planet will be there. But the society will hurt enormously if we continue with what's happening now and have the extreme weather that we see, the cities by the sea that will be flooded.
That we see in Central Europe right now.
Yeah, and it's extremely expensive also for these countries to repair it or try to build resilience towards that. So therefore, I really believe that what we need is opposition in our not only opposition, but leadership also among those politicians who are leading.
Annika, I saw you, and you will be also wrapping up this. I just
wanted to add some legal implications, because there are some. Jutta and her colleagues in the previous parliament, together with the member states, did an excellent job in getting the climate law in place, because there are some legal implications there that also will, as you said, snowball effects. I mean, one of them is, of course, that this minus 55% is not, it's an EU target. So when you say, will Sweden live up to it? Well, it might not be, you know, it's going to be on an EU level decided. So Sweden will be expected, of course, to have, and that will be judged on each of the other legislations. As I mean, you have energy efficiency, you have the effort sharing regulation, etc., etc. And there you have legally that the Commission then can go in and say you haven't lived up to your legal obligations, and then you can at the end be fined if that happens. So it's a bit tricky when we talk about will Sweden live up to -55, because it's an EU target. But anyway, and then the second one also that if we will have a 2040 target, well, also there, I mean, the Commission is at least legally bound also by the Paris Agreement to propose one. And actually the member states are also, well, it's debatable if they're legally bound by a Paris Agreement, but they are bound by the Paris Agreement to also come up with a 2040 target, because that's the EU's pledge to the Paris, and that they should revise it. So it's kind of, you made it very well that you have kind of in-house checks and balances that hopefully, but of course we will still need a political pressure and the pressure from you, from NGOs and society to make it happen.
Annika, thank you for telling us how things should be.
Yes.
If we follow the rules,
we
are okay. And by that, I say thank you to the three of you, Susanne Arvidsson, Jytte Goteland, and Annika Weppling. I tend to forget your name.
No, never mind. It's enough.
That's enough. That's enough. And I think it's time for coffee.
Thank you.
See you in a short while.
Ja, men nu kom det ju jättemycket folk. Okay, I think it's time to start. Warmly welcome. You have chosen the right seminar. You are on the right spot. This will be extremely interesting, I can promise already. So this seminar is about the EU and AI. Possibilities and challenges. And my name is Katarina Areskog, and I have the privilege to moderate this seminar. I have a background in the European Commission, and I'm also on the advisory board for these fantastic EU Lund Days. And with me, I have a fantastic panel. I have Fredrik Heinz, who is professor of computer science in Linköping and also head of AI. I have Stefan Larsson, who is here from Lund University. You are a lecturer and associate professor. And we have Sara Övreby from Google, who is public affairs manager, governmental relations manager at Google. So we are going to cover both AI and what's happening within the European Union since we are at the EU Lund Days. And you could say that during the last mandate period for the Commission and the Parliament between 2019 and 2014, we saw an incredible development of AI, and not least because we also got ChatGPT, of course. And the response from that commission was to adopt and negotiate with member states and parliament the AI Act, or the AI regulation. But now, when we look at von der Leyen's new commission and her political guidelines, we see a bit of a different direction of what she's promising. And so in her political guidelines from July, she says EU must become a global leader in AI innovation. We must ensure supercomputing capacity for AI startups and industry. We should have an apply AI strategy to ensure new industrial uses, improve public services, also in the area of healthcare. She's proposing a European AI Research Council to pool resources on a European level. And she also says Europe must exploit the untapped potential of data. And she's mentioning how foreign companies are using European data, while we in Europe are quite bad at using our own data. So she wants to table a European data union strategy. So a little bit of a different direction. And all of this we can ask the panel about. But before we do this, I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell the audience how you work with AI today. Fredrik, would you like to start?
Of course. Thank you very much. And of course, I also would say I very much agree with the von der Leyen statements there, but we will get back to that later. So first of all, well, I lead the research, the whole division on AI at the Linköping University. And there we do basically research in all different aspects of AI. One of the areas that I'm particularly interested in today is synthetic data. So one way of dealing with this data, how can we do privacy preserving data sharing by using synthetic data and other means for that matter. And we're also very much involved in actually developing the next generation of large language models. So I coordinate a large European Union project called Trust LLM, where we're building trustworthy and factual language models. And we're doing it basically from the ground up, because I think that's actually the only way to have control over what data you use and to be sure how have these been trained and on what data. If we don't know that, it will be very difficult to verify trustworthiness and I think these legal aspects also later on. But besides doing more kind of technical research, I'm also very much involved in policy-related aspects. So I've been part of this high-level expert group where we developed on the European level, where we developed these ethical guidelines for trustworthy AI, which is the basis for the AI Act. And I'm also part of the Swedish National AI Commission, together with Katarina, where we are trying to develop a roadmap for Sweden when it comes to AI. So I basically work both on the technical level, but also more on the broader policy and organizational level. So I think that's extremely interesting times, of course.
It is. And can you tell us, you mentioned synthetic data. Can you tell us what is synthetic data?
So basically, the general idea is that we might have sensitive data. So I mean, that's where we started. You might have sensitive data, say in a medical situation or medical data. So we're not allowed to use it explicitly due to privacy concerns and integrity concerns. We can then train a generative model based on this data, and then we can sample this generative model to generate a new data set, so that this new data set has the same statistical properties. So when you do downstream training of models, compared to the original data, you should get roughly the same result, but you cannot trace the data back to any individuals.
To any persons, okay.
And actually there is a number of benefits of this, and that's we can make the data more representative, because when we generate synthetic data, we can recalibrate it so that all groups are equally represented. We can also deal with fairness, that we can when we train these generative models, we can remove statistical correlations with sensitive attributes. So again, we can kind of improve the data while still maintaining most of the kind of content or value of the data. So I think that's a very interesting area.
Very interesting. We'll come back to that. Stefan, what are you working with?
Thanks. I was trying to make a bridge here, I think. I mean, if Fredrik is, of course, very much involved in policy on a high level, but also the core AI functionalities, if you put them into organizations or in front of people and study that interaction, there's where you find me, I think. So I'm more of a classical social scientist, sociologist of law, and a lawyer, and I look at new technologies from that angle, in a sense. So I do classical sort of survey-based, what do people fear, what do they like, types of studies. Or, for example, we have one project with mammography, so AI-supported mammography, which is a very promising sort of development that could, be very beneficial. But my angle in those types of studies is to study the radiologist or sort of the balancing between humans and AI-supported tools. So what do radiologists trust? What sort of information do they need to use the tools? Because if we fail in that sort of practical trust, the tools, even if they work, won't be used, and then the benefits are gone, in a sense. So I study those very sort of human, organizational, social aspects. I have a research group at the LTH, the engineering faculty, called AI and Society, so trying to acknowledge that that sort of interface. Also end up in policy, I mean, also being a lawyer, but I tend to hang out with, you could say, or help out with the public sector authorities. I have a bias towards that, I think, like the equality authorities, for example, when they do studies or try to figure out what the correct policy take would be on AI-related things that relates to equality, then I often sort of offer my help or get asked. Consumer agencies, that sort of national policy level, at least I do as well. So, yeah, research, more social science, teaching, of course. So I meet the students with all of these questions too, and of course the tools end up in the students' computers as well, which asks a bunch of policy questions, how we teach things as well. So, yeah, research and teaching and social scientific approaches to AI, you could say.
And we collaborate.
And we collaborate.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, we do.
So you have the technology here, and you have the interaction with society there, and then you have the business angles.
And I would say that broadly, as Google, I guess we could say that we are the ones that make the technology generally available for every consumer around the world. And as I see it, anyone who has used a Google product in the last 5 years or since 2016 has already been a user of AI, because sometimes we get the question, well, have we used AI? Or we thought we started using AI when ChatGPT came, but we didn't. We have used AI for a long time. If you have used Google Translate, when introducing AI into Google Translate, it got 10 times better just overnight, thanks to large language models. And Google Maps can now not only show you the direct route to where you want to go, but also show you how to get there more energy efficiently. So we have and are using AI a lot to improve products. But I think that what has changed since generative AI became more broadly known is that we all now can use AI to enhance our abilities and strengthen our competences in various ways. And that is kind of the latest revolution of AI that we've seen. And I'm a political scientist. I studied here at Eden, so I'm very happy to be back in Lund. And but as a political scientist, like, how do I use AI in my everyday work? So I work with trying to help society and politicians to balance regulation and innovation. So one aspect of using AI in that case is to showcase the opportunities with AI, which I will come into further a bit later. But then we also try to transform our own work in various ways within my function at the company. And that happens all over Google now at the same time, which is interesting to see from a company who built all that AI, that we're actually now also actively spreading the use of AI across our org, and we're using it everywhere, but in different ways. So I use it mainly for text bearbetning, what do you call it? Processing text in various ways, input and output.
And you, Google also has a research center in Stockholm. You have
Yes, we have built an engineering hub in Stockholm based on signal communication. So think old Ericsson, not old Ericsson, but based on Ericsson's competencies, Televerket's competencies. So we are building video conferencing technology for the world from Stockholm. And I think that what has again been interesting here is that it's built on several Swedish-based companies from the start that Google bought and incorporated into an engineering department. And we bought hardware for a long time, both like in audio and in visuals. And now none of that is needed because we have switched to using AI instead to solve for the challenges and give you higher and better quality within video conferencing. So that is interesting to see, just within 7 years.
I think it's interesting that Google also has research here in Sweden, because that's maybe not the image we have. We think everything is done in the US and then...
No. Very much. Yeah. I would say that Google's research is done on a global level. So we have research hubs across the world because we want our products to work across the world.
Very good. Now, we always need a visionary element in any good seminar. So I think we start with visions and then we can talk about technicalities. But I mean, we all like science fiction, or at least we sometimes like science fiction. And if you apply that to AI or more reality science fiction, maybe Fredrik, what can we, if you look 20, 30 years into the future, where do you see the possibilities? We will come to the risks as well, but where do you see the possibilities? How can it change our society to the better?
So, I mean, I think in a general property of AI is really about how do we improve human capabilities, and also how do we use resources, both physical resources and human resources, much better. So, I mean, optimizing different things. So I think that is where we see the combination. So basically being able to solve, hopefully, or at least better solving the kind of major challenges that we're facing, like with climate and energy and transportation, these things. I think there is so much room for improvement. But I also think it's very interesting because it's so easy to expect like everything will be dramatically different. So, I mean, I think one general property of technology is that as technology improves, it becomes invisible. So in some sense, my kind of vision would be that things just work.
Yeah. And we don't understand.
You're not even aware of that you're interacting with all these AI-enabled devices or tools, or maybe the whole environment. We usually talk about this kind of intelligent fabric, and I mean more the kind of surroundings support you in doing your everyday activities. So for you, it's just like everything just works, but you don't even see the technology.
So the transport system here in Lund will be optimized because of AI, but we don't realize it's AI that is.
Yes, like there's always transportation when you need it, and it's always on time, and it's fast and efficient. Yes.
Okay, Stefan.
Well, on the optimistic side, 20, 30 years is a long time, I think. In this, I'm thinking more a couple of years ahead, and I see. Particularly AI systems or models used in already very sort of organized I'm struggling with how to put it, but environments where we already have a good set of structures for accountability, vetting, and fairness, ways to check that it works. So that's why I brought up the mammography sort of angle to it, because then you have a set structure, you have a tool that is promising and at times better than what humans can do, but it's not set completely free in the sense that we don't know how to distribute accountability, who should be responsible for what, who should be liable, who's doing wrong, but a set structure. And those set structures, I think, is where it, in a short term, works super good. So we can improve healthcare in many areas, I think, in the pretty near future, because we have a structure to sort of appoint accountability and things like that. So but long term, I would assume, because I follow social robotics and how we interact with you could say AI supported tangible stuff. So how we hang out with agents, you could say. I think that in a longer term would be a really interesting field in terms of how we get help from the AI-supported environment we hang out with. So anything from, how we translate things, but in a more, maybe following Fred's vision that you get some individual help for things that it's very individualized towards me. I think those parts will be pursued a lot in the longer term. Not without problems, though, but let's stay on the positive side.
Yes, we'll stay on the positive side for a while. Sarah?
Yes, I think that looking 20 to 30 years ahead is
a long time.
Yeah, it's a very long time, because I think actually the current developments are so mind-blowing in its own right that maybe I'll just stay with those for a little while. But just before I go into that, Frederick, that when I used to work at Scania, and our head of digital there, he said, we don't have to build any new roads because all cars and trucks will be connected, and hence we can solve all the traffic difficulties. So that's a very practical implication. I mean, it has not happened yet, so it remains to be seen, but I think it's a nice way to draw down a vision to a practical action.
Just to stay with that, because we would optimize the use of the roads, so we wouldn't need any more new roads.
No.
Okay. Basically, you can drive the cars closer.
Yeah.
So if they're not human-driven, you can have less distance because the reaction times are much faster. And you also reduce the drag, which then reduces the energy consumption. So it actually saves fuel and so on. So you can, if you can pack the cars closer, you both use the infrastructure more efficiently and you use less fuel.
Don't tell the Minister of Finance, because we still need to improve our road infrastructure.
The secret is safe in this room, I hope.
Good.
No, but so one of the, I think
on
I have
YouTube as well. I wonder who owns that.
I think I have two current examples that I just think are super fascinating. One is connected to research, and that is that Google DeepMind released an AI that is called AlphaFold. And back in the days, it took one PhD 4 years to identify how one protein is folded. And we have millions of proteins that build our bodies and build the functions in our bodies. And we know which these proteins are, but we don't know how they fold themselves. And with an AI, we could project and estimate how millions of proteins folded under 1 year. So we've saved science thousands and thousands of years with that AI technology. And some even say that helped us create a vaccine for the pandemic. What is it called? COVID, thank you. I can't speak in one language anymore. So that is one very mind-blowing example of how we can, in a sense, save time through increasing our productivity and come to the solution faster, as you described, Fredrik. I agree with all those areas, so we can help the climate and we can help health and many other aspects. So I think that is, in one way, kind of what's really cool right now. And what that will lead to, we try to figure out, we've looked at what could the economic contribution of AI be to Sweden? And not even though, again, not in 20 to 30 years, but just in 10 years' time, we could boost our GDP with 9%. So we could add an additional health and health budget to our current budget and have more resources thanks to AI helping us increase our productivity. And I think those numbers and those examples are interesting in their own right, but I think what's even more exciting is to think of what I haven't thought of. And I don't know what that is, but I'm sure that a lot of human creativity and new ideas will develop thanks to this. Or that's my hope.
Very good. So now we've painted a very rosy, fantastic picture of the future, but there are risks as well, as we read in media. Fredrik and Stefan, maybe we should start with Stefan, because you are, yes, because we have interaction between society and technology. So this is your field, no?
Well, yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'm going to try to say it like this. The way we conceptualize AI has normative implications. So what we think of when we think about AI leads to what we think should be governed. What are the problems, right? So if it's too shiny, hidden, then we don't see the material aspects. Then we are blind to the rare earth metals, the transportation, the data centers, all of that stuff. That needs to be brought up, right? Because those are sustainability issues, I think. So those are some of the governance problems, I think, which you can see. The AI Act acknowledges some of that stuff. The large language model development has a sort of a resource consumption pattern. We need to keep track of that, because those are more planetary boundaries we need to think of then. So there are those concerns on a longer trend, but depending on what you think of, you land in sort of a governance aspect. Is it the fairness questions, the sampling of data, is it the bias issues, or is it more the resource-intensive stuff, or is it geopolitics? Who gets to decide, which we inevitably sort of end up in thinking of. What should you open with Ursula von der Leyen? What should Europe do? Is it the US or is it China? So you end up in those questions as well. So depending on what level you want to talk about it, it's about planetary, geopolitics, or more fairness, accountability questions.
And if you pick one of those three levels?
Pick one. I'm increasingly concerned with, of course, the sustainability, planetary, environmental issues, because they are so tricky to deal with, because they are concerning us all, but none of us individually decide over them. So we need to govern them in some way. So I think that's one of the, those are the existential stuff, I think. I'm struggling more with the sort of superintelligence questions, which comes up sometimes. You get agents that would be overly intelligent. I can't say that that it won't happen. I'm just seeing sort of contemporary, modern, or sort of really pragmatic problems already, which we at least need to deal with resources. Of course, fairness, diversity, accountability in those areas is also a problem, which the AI Act, for example, is trying to deal with in terms of how do we measure, how transparent should model development be, and can we sort of assess them before they enter on the market, so we know that they work and doesn't lead to problematic, biased sort of reproduction. So those are issues as well. But planetary stuff is pretty important.
Fredrik.
Yeah, so in some sense, I actually think this is very interesting because from a number of perspectives. I think one is that what we see today is this very large and in some sense power-hungry models and approaches, but I actually think they're kind of brute force. So I mean, my expectation of the next generation is that now we know it can be done. What we see now is that we're building smaller and more compact models that still have almost the same capability as the very large ones. So it means that we get smaller models, which then use less energy, but still produce good results. I also expect that we probably will see more specific inference-related hardware. So again, we can do this much more efficiently because it's basically training the models that's expensive. And then you want to use them as many times as possible to amortize this. But then I also want to talk about this climate thing, because that's actually one of the things I'm also working together with climate researchers, both at Linköping University, but also Stockholm Environmental Institute, on exactly this, where we can see, can we improve our forecasting capabilities by using AI? What is the effect on all these forecasts that have been done that has not considered AI in their forecasts? And also the study in the more geopolitical situations, how do different countries around the world argue around what AI will have as impact impact on climate questions and trying to understand that. So I think this is a very super interesting interdisciplinary area, which actually I'm not particular. I think actually that's one of the areas we will be more likely to make significant advances in.
Yeah, because that's my question, because I asked you about the risks with AI, but you see more possibilities with AI in this field, or?
In this particular question, yes.
Yeah.
But I think there's actually, I was listening to the talk earlier here today on cybersecurity, and there he brought up this, how do we know what's true?
Yeah.
And I actually think this is probably a much harder problem. So, I mean, if you see where do things go, then it becomes much more tricky. I think the line to distinguish between what's, in some sense, has really happened and what just someone is making up, I think that line will be harder and harder to draw, and I think also the distinction will be more and more blurred. For example, if you generate a virtual character and then you have millions of people building some kind of relationship, that maybe come back to you, to this entity. I mean, doesn't this entity exist? To millions of people, this is a real entity, even though it does not exist. So I think this I think will be much trickier, because I think it will basically be impossible to distinguish between kind of generated content and non-generated content. And that I think is a much harder problem, and that's also very unclear what will the consequences be for society based on that.
Interesting. Sara, what's your take on this?
No, I think definitely that the misinfo part or the challenges with information will be one of huge importance. We talk about this being a super election year with more than half of the world's population going to elections. And so far, there hasn't been a major catastrophe, but the technology is developing, and the most challenging election of them all is coming up, the US presidential election. So it still remains to be seen how this is done in real life. So I think this, what we call then misinformation and the information landscape more broadly is one aspect of that. And I think what is particularly so far, I think many goes to, or at least we go to informing. We mark our AI-generated pictures with a synthetic ID. We ask our creators at YouTube to disclose if they use generative AI or synthetic media to portray realistic events. So you go to transparency and information, but at one point that might not do the work anymore. So I think we have interesting and challenging discussions to have going forward. Then you have all of the, in the cybersecurity landscape, we talk about all the ones that wants to attack us in various ways. But another, and sorry for coming back to what we can also use it beneficially for, but we actually also at Google in Sweden we have a attack path simulation company called Forseti that we acquired from, and they do attack path simulation with AI. So we all these tools are dual. You can use them to defend yourself, and you can use them for bad purposes. And of course, that is one of the reasons we have the AI Act, of course. And then we have general mistakes without bad intent, because of this technology being so powerful. A small mistake could have very grave effects. And I think in all of this, what we try to do is try to be bold in that we want to use the technology to all the things that we see that it can be used for, and we've just mentioned a few examples here. And then we also need to make sure that we are all responsible, and I think we're seeing a growing network of, we established our own AI principles in 2018, we have the EU AI Act, we have the Bletchley Park Declaration, we have OECD, we have G7, we have like a huge global governance structure building up UN to try to harmonize and handle the challenges that we see. And I think that's one important aspect of doing this going forward. And then also an aspect that we haven't come into so far, it's just the general knowledge about the technology and what it can do and how it works. I think that is a very important task ahead, and that I think that the AI-Commission is thinking of as well. That how do we just make sure both that people get along on the train, so to speak, and that's so the missing out piece, so it doesn't create increased social divide in our societies because this technology is developing so fast. So we'll get people with us both practically and economically, but then also in a knowledge, just general knowledge point of view.
Very good. Now we discussed the risks, so we will come into the regulation and the AI Act. But I should also say, if you have questions, you can either write them through the Mentimeter, but you can also old-fashionedly put your hand in the air, and we can also have questions from the audience through a mic. But since we've now talked about the risks, so we have, exactly as Sarah said, we have a lot of international rules developing. I think the OECD was the first one to look into this and actually define what AI is. But then we have G7, we have Bletchley Park, you said, who is like a UK forum for more security. G7, G20, we have the EU AI Act, we have the US who has taken a little bit of different approach through executive orders, which are not very detailed, they're more principles, and then it's up to the states to have more detailed regulations. But that's also starting to come actually now to develop in the US. So the EU AI Act, it actually prohibits certain use of AI because used to manipulate, or the very common example is social scoring in China. So that's also prohibited, while a number of AI systems there are transparency requirements. So if you use algorithms, you have to explain what kind of algorithms you are using. And then there are others that are not regulated at all, like computer games. That's also AI, but that's not considered as dangerous, and so that's not regulated. But the criticism of the AI Act has been, it's too burdensome, there's too much regulation, while the US is letting, companies try their technology and innovations more freely. So it's a balancing act between how much should you regulate, because if you regulate too much, you might hamper innovation, while some people say that it's easier in the US. So this is an ongoing discussion, I would say, and we don't know until in 10, well, maybe much earlier, in 5 years' time, what is the right approach. But it would be great to have your views on this, Fredrik.
Yes, I think first of all we have to realize, AI is not unregulated. All the existing laws and regulations still applies even before all this regulation. So the question here is, do we need to add further regulation, which is the point here. And then I think it's also very interesting, taking this example with say subliminal manipulation. I think shouldn't that be illegal in any case? Why is it only if it's using AI? So if you do manipulation without AI, then it's fine.
Yeah.
So I think there is a bit challenge here. I think the things that they're trying to kind of outlaw here, they should, in my opinion, probably should be outlawed from the beginning, with disregarding which technology you use. But if we skip that, I think it's more a question of, we all want legal certainty, I think. So as far as I know, there's no, or at least very, very few that are against all regulation. So it's not being against regulation, but more, how do we actually know what we are allowed to do or not? And of course, that has been one of the arguments from the Commission, that we need to introduce this legal certainty so that people know and companies know what you're allowed to do. But then we run into all these challenges how do we draw the lines and exactly what counts as AI and so on and so forth? What is sufficiently high quality data and all these things, which of course are very, very important. So I think we are positive towards the regulation, but I think there's still a lot of question marks regarding what does it actually mean. And of course, we also need to see how will Sweden now implement this AI Act. And here I think it's very important that we do that in a coordinated manner so that we don't get 400 authorities and 290 municipalities and so on doing their own interpretations, but rather that we do it together so that we can, here is the way we want to work with these things. Here are the things we think are sufficient and that we see as, as long as we do this, yes, we are doing this in a proper way, then I think will be beneficial.
There's also a risk that we get 27 different national interpretations of the AI Act, so that's important. Stefan?
Yeah, not only different in the member states, but also amongst the supervisory authorities. Because also AI Act is, of course, not the only sort of novel act. So you have to coordinate, DSA, Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, Data Act, Data Governance Act. All that stuff is coming, which means that I would encourage, the supervisory authority sort of processes to fit that into. So you don't get a new set of supervisory authorities for each and every act, because then it would be too complex and they would not be able to communicate. So that would be maybe encouraging the member states, then you could say. But I agree with the legal security bit. I think that to have 27 countries, if you don't regulate some sort of basic features for AI, then you would risk having 27 different countries regulating differently. So you would have a really scattered market, which would I think most would agree that that would not be good either. So, but then there are a bunch of pros and a bunch of problematic aspects with the AI Act, I would say. And by the way, there's no legal development I have looked into more than this particular set of regulation, because it's so key and such a part of this formative period Sarah was talking about. Right now, we don't really have the answers. It's something moving, and everyone in the entire world is trying to think hard how much to regulate, what aspects should be regulated. So the problem, which is the paper I'm working on now, is this sort of pacing problem. When do you regulate something that's on the move? And what are the consequences of regulating sort of early in something that still is on the move, which this is an example of, I think. One of the consequences is, which is a sort of a basic consequence, is that you get a framework that's clear, but you get a blurry picture in a sense. You can have Ursula von der Leyen saying this is a model for the entire world. You have a regulation, it's up and running, but there's full of concepts within that we don't really know what they mean. So you depend on the Commission and the AI office and other types of developments to clarify, including standardization and including supervision, which is a structure not in place. You have a bunch of moving parts that's not fixed yet, even if you have the regulation in place. So that's the consequences when you move quickly with law. But given that, I still believe in this legal security sense that we need to level the field. And I see lots of problems with challenges I mentioned already. Large language model development. What data is built? Are they built trained upon? Is it energy sort of a resource? Too much of that. So there are some elements in the regulation saying there should be some elements of clarity in those things. And what data is used for the training? Is it risking fundamental rights in terms of inequality and discrimination and things like that? So those elements are in there, which are good, but the unclear aspects needs to be fixed, I think.
So we are regulating a moving target, you could say.
Yeah.
And the problem, as Frederick said, is also that we need clarity. What does it mean? Even if we regulate, what do the concepts, since they are new, mean? But it's also a question of geopolitics, as you said, Stefan.
Yeah.
And Google being an American company, maybe we get some geopolitics into the discussion now. What does Google think about the EU regulation and the approach?
I think that what we've said all along is that AI is too important not to regulate, but it's too important not to regulate well. And I think history will be the judge of who got that right, so to speak. But what we can say and what we already are seeing in Europe, and I think we got good support from Mario Draghi the other day, is the complexity of the regulatory landscape that has evolved in Europe the past 5 years. So all the laws here mentioned, DSA, DMA, Data Act, the AI Act, Liability Act, we have the GDPR, the old-fashioned one that we've had for a long time. But all of these laws means that we adopt our products to be compliant. We adopt our internal processes, both work processes and compliance processes, to make sure that we adhere to these laws. And that could be nicely and easily done in one way if they were coherent. But one problem with all of these regulations are that they are not coherent. So within the data field or within we have a lot of content platforms that like takedown. So different demands is put in different regulations. So the regulatory landscape gets very complex. And as Mario Draghi puts it, one of the ideas behind all of this regulation was to level the playing fields and strengthen European competitiveness. But to some extent, it's only the ones that we are called the tech giants that can manage and finance all this compliance. And I think that at least since the Swedish presidency, competitiveness has been on the agenda. And I think also in a geopolitical context, I listened to Björn this morning, like we need to be an economic power. Europe needs to be an economic power to have a geopolitical strength in the world as well and be interesting as a market. So I think we have a challenging situation in how this evolves. And we've seen examples already where technology that has been the state of our technology that exists is not coming as fast to Europe because of the complexity of the landscape. And one could say either that, perfect, that's what we wanted. We wanted it to slow down. But I think that I tend to worry more about the fact that if we have less productivity and are less competitive here now, we need kind of the tools that we can get hold of to make sure that we can live well also in the future and have the resources we need to solve for our challenges.
Yeah, that's very interesting. If you have read the Mario Draghi report, I wouldn't recommend, well, if you have sleeping problem, it's 400 pages long, but you can read the first 69 pages because the point that Sarah is making, he says we have an existential challenge right now and we need to invest because we're lagging exactly behind the rest of the world in productivity. So we need to invest both in the tech sector but in decarbonization, in the green transition as well.
But I think it's great that Ursula kind of also now acknowledges that we need to help organizations and companies to take up the technology and also speed up our kind of broader knowledge building and research in this field, because the numbers I shared on how AI can boost Swedish GDP, we also looked on kind of the uptake broadly will be good in Sweden, but what it worries us from that report is that the innovation factors are there. We score less well in Sweden compared to other Nordic countries, for example, and that regards commercial and public uptake. It regards research, and it's with regards to kind of the more innovative capabilities. Uptake will probably solve itself, but how do we move to an innovative place?
Very good. Now we have questions, so we must be quick to answer
There's
them.
One in the room.
Sorry?
There's one in the room.
And we'll start with that. That's more fun.
I think someone needs to bring a microphone.
Do we have a microphone?
Yeah, I'm just interested in productivity because my parents are translators, for example. And I mean, if we bring AI into the landscape, they're probably going to lose their jobs. So the real question is, do we want to bring AI in, even if we can increase our GDP and replace human jobs with AI?
That's a tricky question. Fredrik?
Yeah, I mean, I think in some sense, I think it's inevitable. And I think what we will see is that certain jobs will, I mean, at least, if not disappear, at least shrink. But the question is, will there be more new jobs created? Because in every technological shift, there has been the case that, yes, there are old, I mean, we don't carry out ice. We don't have ice carriers anymore because we have refrigerators. And I think most people would see it as a benefit improvement. And I think that is the question. I mean, what are the new jobs and how many will the new jobs be? So my expectation is that we will see a transition. There will be a change in what are the competences and what are the skills that will be kind of looked for. And I also think that in the end there will still be people involved, but of course there will be fewer unless the demand dramatically increase because you lower the cost per, say, in this case, translation. So instead of just translating very important text, you now can translate thousands of more text. So even if you have to do more of them, but do you get the AI support to solve this quicker? So basically, maybe your total working time is the same, but instead of translating, I don't know, 1 text a day, now you translate 100 or 1,000 per day. So I think there are several different dynamics at the same time, but personally, I think this is more a transformation than a removing or kind of replacing all jobs.
But I think in this, I spoke a little bit about it to get everybody along on the journey that we're on, and I think that we're talking about regulating AI, but I think your field of research is super interesting here because it impacts so many other areas. So in making sure that we have people come along, one important thing is in Sweden we have this history of safeguarding people and not jobs, but we've been good at kind of helping people find new jobs if their old one is displaced. And I think we have the omställningsstöd, sorry for all the Swedish here, and we have a population that is eager to learn new stuff. And so I think that yes, it will be challenging for individuals potentially, but hopefully we can have a good environment in society to help for that and to help people move on or find new ways of working going forward.
We're going to wind this up in 1 minute, but I wanted to answer the question, when will the AI Act be enforced by the AI Office? And Stefan, who has studied this, can help me, but I know that the AI Act has already entered into force. It did that in the beginning of August. And so it's entered into force, it's valid, but then there are different time zones within the AI Act. So the prohibition of these manipulative systems, I think, will enter into force in a year.
No, half a year.
Yeah,
in February.
Yeah.
February.
So 6 months, 12 months, 24 months, you could say, are
on different
steps.
So it
prohibitions, high risk, but also guarded by different authorities. So you have the AI Office, central, for generative AI. But then you have high risk is more member states. That's why we push for supervisory authorities to be in place.
Yeah.
But that is, I think, a 2-year. So, I mean, after 1 year, they should point which is the authority that should be guarding this. But then they still have another year to actually implement. So the way I understand it is that basically it will not be enforced until after 2 years.
So the whole AI Act in force after 2 years.
Yes. So I mean, it applies, but the kind of national enforcement starts later.
Yeah, great. And then the last question. Sorry, now I'm depriving you from your coffee, which you should not do in Sweden.
But those things is good to search on whatever search engine. I'm not saying which one. AI Act timeline, and then there are good graphs on that.
Yeah. And one word, what is the last question is, what will be the main AI priority that the incoming European Commission will need to tackle? And you can just answer in 2 words.
No, but I think we need European alternatives. I mean, how do we actually make sure that we provide our own alternatives? Not that we have to use them, but there should be a choice. What technology you want to use, and I think there should be European alternatives.
Well, that's an interesting to hear if Sarah agrees with that. But
but I think that's a good compliment. We need to, because when you said reaching, you said something entering Europe, but this is more coming from Europe, right? So that's a big difference. But now I'm still stuck on the sort of clarifying the concepts because we don't really know what it's a responsible development. We need to clarify those concepts. So I'm still in the governance field.
Okay, and Sarah,
I would say accelerate uptake.
Accelerate the uptake of AI.
European or US based. Doesn't matter.
Thank you.
I hope we have confused you all a little bit more. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you to the panel.
Thank you.